What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Excited to have you here. We're gonna get the focus on the table fixed in a minute, but I just want to give you guys a heads up of what's going on. So we are currently drafting Tales of Aria. The players are working on their last packs now. So as they finish up, we're definitely gonna be getting right into the games very shortly. I'm excited to see what everyone decided to draft. I want to see a Lexi player do well. I haven't really seen a Lexi player do very well in draft or sealed in quite a while. So it'll be exciting to see that. I definitely want to see a Lexi do well. I want to see maybe a not Earth Oldham, a good ice focused Oldham. Briar with her update. We are, Ball Lightning is legal in this format, but Briar is not. I'm sorry, but Briar is updated, but Ball Lightning's still legal. So you only get one Earth token each turn. Something hits, not as many times as you hit. We see that the players are currently in their deck construction phase. Looks like Alex is actually the player on the left, and it looks like he's drafted quite the Olden list. We have like 2 turn timbers in there. He got the shield. I see a bunch of Earth cards, some ice cards. He has a Ragamuffins hood, it looks like. Really exciting to see Alex on that side with the cards he has, and excited to see if he can pull something together with Oldham. Nothing crazy in terms of any legendaries, it looks like. No Winter's Whale or anything like that. I feel like Winter's Whale is such a house. I see another Turn Timber. I think he pulled a lot of Turn Timbers. He's going to be able to stall a lot of people out of the game. But that being said, I'm going to leave it on the deck construction screen. I'm going to give you guys some music to listen to, and then we'll be going right into the games here. Welcome to round one, everyone. Hey, we have 5 viewers. Thank you for hanging out, waiting for this round number 1. We're gonna get the camera sorted in a while to get the focus a little in focus, but in the meantime, we have some great flesh and blood for you guys today. This is our Tales of Aria draft. We're getting ready for some uprising drafts, so some players wanted a little, some practice. It's been a while since we've drafted, at least in any real capacity. So it's exciting to see that our players are excited to get into it. So I just want to thank the Haven for having me be out here, and I'm super excited to bring this draft. Looks like Zach is going to be starting us off. He is drafting Briar. It looked like Alex was actually, so we had 2 draft pods of 6. It was really interesting to see that actually Alex had 0 competition in his pod of 6 for the Oldham cards. So Alex is by himself in Oldham on his table, and then I think there were 3 Room Blades at Zach's table, so probably not as good of a pool that he got to pick from, but we'll see if the arcane damage is still really strong on Briar's side. So it looks like a Icy Touch for 8 damage coming in on Alex's side. It's really good to start off with just a really big attack. His first turn looks like Zach is just gonna take all 8 damage. Gonna take that Frostbite that's created from the trigger. Actually gets 2 Frostbites. We see that Zach is just gonna answer with a Lightning Surge on his side of the field. I think that is a yellow Lightning Surge. We would be coming in for 3 damage and go again. I'm gonna say again, thanks again if you guys are in the chat hanging out. Feel free to chat, ask questions. We'll definitely try to get a better focus on the camera, probably in between rounds here. That being said, Zach started this turn with a 2 Frostbite tokens, was able to get around it not too bad. Alex going to answer with a Lightning Surge. I guess that was a red Lightning Surge. It was coming in for 4. Alex answering with a Autumn's Touch, blocking 3. So Zach's going to close the chain here, play a Vela Flash. Vela Flash coming in for 6 damage. I do believe that Bramble Spark was fused. So Alex is going to take the Arcane. He doesn't have any Arcane Barrier. Arcane Barrier definitely in a premium in this format. I think there's only a few cards that have it. Something like a Heart of Ice, which is a legendary, so it's kind of a hard ask to try to draft one of those cards. So that's kind of the way they balance the format a little bit, is that the Rune Blade has arcane damage, where the other 2 heroes have dominated damage. So that's how they push damage through. We see Alex actually going to block with a Turn Timber. It's probably one of the best D-reacts in this format. One of only a handful. That one and the Rune Blade one are really good. Alex starting his turn, he's going to play a Break Ground from Arsenal. That Break Ground will be coming in for 6, 7, or 8 damage. 7 damage. So it looks like a yellow Break Ground coming in at Zach. Gonna see how much he can block here. By the way, while I'm here, I just want to say I'm really excited for Uprising. If anyone else is really excited for Uprising, let me know. Let's see what cards you guys are really hyped for. I'm really excited for all the Flip Dragons. I think it's going to be really fun to play Dromai. I've been playing a lot of Prism, so I'm just really excited to see how they bring another Illusionist in. Keeping the dice color-coded for me. 4 damage on one side instead of... you wanted to use the red dice instead of the blue dice, but... looks like Alex had to take the Arcane, so the other 4 is coming in still. Looks like Alex has still got a commanding lead. It's 17-11. Yep, Alex able to answer with this Snow Under, doing 7 damage. Zach gonna have to give up another card just to live. Only blocking for 2 here. He would be taking 5, but he does have the buff to bring it up to 4. It's just a blue one. Only able to go up to 4 defense, taking another hit of damage, going down to 4. 13 life differential now. Now, this is not where you want to be as the Runeblade player. You definitely want to be kind of on top here and wailing on the Oldhim. We do have a Ball Lightning coming in for 1, but actually threatening 2, the way Ball Lightning works. Anytime it would deal damage, it deals that much plus 1. Alex probably thinking here, he might have game in hand if he's able to keep his hand, but at the same time, you definitely don't want to like open the door up. So maybe he's going to play a little bit safe. Does block with the break ground. And then Zach just coming in for a Lightning Surge for 2, threatening 3. Being buffed by the Ball Lightning played before it. Zach kind of just holding on to do as much damage as he can. I do like those sleeves on his side. He does have those Vandal Spring Tunic sleeves. And he does have the Lightning Press, and looks like we're going to get an Oldhim React to stop an extra 2 damage. I do believe that's going to stop all of it. I think that leaves Alex with 1 card in hand on his side. So at most, we'll probably see a Hammer Swing, or we might just see an Arsenal. Yeah, Alex appreciating that Arsenal card a little bit more than just a Hammer Swing. It might have been a yellow as well, so you probably wouldn't have been able to swing the hammer. We just see a simple Autumn's Touch on Zach's side, coming in for probably 7 damage here. Yep, just a simple Autumn's Touch, 7 damage. Looks like Alex is going to block most of it. Take 1. Going to get an Embodiment of Earth token. Yep, we're remembering putting out that Embodiment of Earth token. He hasn't been able to get a lot of those this round. It's been a little rough. Just another Snow Under. 6 damage coming in, just wailing on him. Just threatening lethal every single turn. Zach having to give up cards. Looks like he's going to give up that Singeing Steel Blade. And it looks like the Electrify. Blocking 6 damage. I appreciate him using the dice for blocking as well. Helps me out back here. Especially while we're still working on getting the camera focused. Looks like we're just going to do a Lightning Surge with a Lightning Press. Or I'm sorry, an Entwine Lightning. We're fusing it with a Lightning Press. So it's 4 damage go again. Threatening the Lightning Press. Kind of having to show your hand a bit there. Saying like, hey, this is what I have to fuse it with. We haven't been able to swing Rosetta Thorn with effect, I think, at all this game. Alex still sitting on a pretty comfortable 16 life. Still has the shield too. You don't see a lot of armor block in this format. And having the even just the 1 block shield can be a lot. Sometimes that can just be enough to stop like with 1 less card in your hand or something to that effect. Alex really having to think here, like, what cards do I want to give up to block this? 4 damage. You know, with a 1 card in hand, you know it's a Lightning Press. Don't remember what the Arsenal card is, but could be threatening another hit. Does Zach choose a Lightning Press this? Doesn't look like he's going to. We are going to get the Embodiment of Earth. Alex drops to 15 life. Then we're going to go into a Singeing Steel Blade. So that's going to come in with 1 Arcane and 4 Physical. I like using the blue dice for the Arcane. Alex thinking here, he's probably going to take the Arcane. I don't think he has a choice, but he's actually going to take all 5 of it. That is probably scary sitting on Zach's side of the table. Anytime the Oldhim player takes all the damage they were blocking this entire time, might be seeing a dominated attack or something really heavy. Alex looking through his graveyard, seeing like what options does he have. Hey, there's a good handful of you in chat. I just want to thank you guys for hanging out. I just want to thank you guys for hanging out. Be sure to share this around if you enjoy the content. We're definitely going to work on getting it, growing this community as much as possible. If you guys are local to the Haven, it's a great place to play games. Buy Flesh and Blood cards. They're a newer store, and they've been really great to me. Let me stream here. Let me bring this content to you guys. And meanwhile, I will go back to the content. We were able to put out a Channel Mount Heroic into an Icy Touch, coming in for 7 damage. That was a really smart play with the helmet, getting back the Earth card so we can keep the Channel Mount Heroic around. I think that's going to put Zach in a really awkward spot to have to block here. He's going to have to give up 2 cards. And the Ball Lightning doesn't block. Such a strong card, but, not being able to block is just really unfortunate. Zach really having to think here. What do I want to give up to block? He does get the extra defense from the embodiment of Earth token. Blocking 6, taking 1, getting the Frostbite. We're probably just going to see a Ball Lightning. He's going to have to pitch for that Ball Lightning and then into a Weapon Swing just for 2 damage. Alex threatening. Now he's going to have a 4-card hand on Alex's side of the table with an active Channel Mount Heroic. This could be the end. With Alex's next turn, but we're just seeing a Rosetta Thorn here for 2. Looks like Zach is going to try to Arsenal that last card. It is the card where you put a card back from your graveyard and then draw a card, so because it was played from Arsenal. So Zach hoping he can live another turn to be able to play that card. I think I kind of like this play from him on this side of the table. I think I like it because you're not really doing too much if you do the Ball Lightning into a Rosetta Thorn play. You're not threatening lethal. You're probably not going to get cards out of his hand. Even though Alex does choose to block that, you're not guaranteed that, right? So hopefully you can kind of set up your next hand, maybe get an embodiment of lightning next turn. That being said, Alex is just going to play a Break Ground for 8 damage with the Channel Mount Heroic and was able to pitch 2 Earth cards. He's going to be able to channel the Heroic one more turn and save it for his next turn. That is back-breaking. Looks like Zach is going to have to guard with more cards than he probably wants to. I mean, coming in for 8 damage, you're at 3. You're probably going to have to give up 3 cards here. Now, he doesn't have the embodiment of Earth token either, so his non-attack actions are not buffed. Interesting choice here. He really has to think, how many cards am I giving up? How many cards, he has to live through the Channel Mount Heroic. I think if he had to give up his hand here and that you knew the Channel Mount Heroic was going away, you'd feel in a much better position. But knowing that the Channel Mount Heroic is going to stay another turn, blocking 7, taking 1, going to 2, Alex able to channel 2 for that Mount Heroic. And that's what I was talking about. It's just really rough. Zach only has 5 cards left in deck. Looks like we're going to put a card back. And because the card was played from Arsenal, we do get to draw a card. Hopefully looking for something to get us out of this. He's trying to decide on which card to put back. I think I would put back one of the Bramble Sparks, but I'm not really sure. It's a tough decision. Do you have enough attacks to even threaten lethal at this point? 5 cards in deck, you're going to have to probably put back something that really threatens damage. And you're gonna have to hope that Alex somehow whiffs a turn. Somehow has a really this next turn with the Channel Mount Heroic is just a really awkward turn, or something to that effect. But it looks like Alex was able to probably just jump out in too much of a lead, making Zach block when he really didn't want to. A lot of Zach's hands were actually pretty decent if he was able to keep them, and unfortunately he just wasn't. Alex just making sure you can put back the same card. Yeah, the way they get around that is just when that card resolves, it's going to get banished, so it can't be like infinite. Oh, and the card that he drew is just a blink. Or an arsenal to blink. Alex does decide to break the shield, keep the hand. We have a Channel Mount Heroic up. There's probably a good chance we have something with Dominate. Oh, I see an Earthlore Surge, and it looks like we're starting with the Earthlore Surge. Into just an Entangle. That Entangle plus the damage from the Earthlore Surge and plus the damage. Yep. 2 non-blocks, and looks like Alex will be the winner of round number 1 in this Tales of Aria draft. We actually have 12 players show up today. And like I said, if you guys haven't yet, the Haven is a great place to start playing Flesh and Blood. They're super relaxed, super awesome team. Everyone's super friendly here. Everyone who's playing the game will be glad to help you out. We have a bunch of new players here today. These 2 players are not new. They're very good players, very good Flesh and Blood players. But Alex able to take the first round. Zach, unfortunately, is going to drop to 0-1, but we do have 4 rounds. He can still make it to our top cut. But that being said, we will see you guys for round number 2 very shortly. Be sure to share the stream if you haven't already. I'm super excited to have this start bringing you guys more content. it going, everyone? Welcome back to round number 2. Let me fix that round counter up here. I know they're already well into this match. Looks like we have Tom on the right side and Jamie on the left side. Both playing Oldhim. Oldhim mirrors, you know, a lot of times in draft, you know, not really the most craziest gameplay that ever happens. You know, there's a lot of blocking, a lot of Oldhim's ability. Tom is jamming out on that side. But yeah, it looks like Jamie is coming in with a break ground, coming in for 7 damage. Tom having to decide what he wants to block with. You know, 13-13 is pretty even. It looks like we're just going to block and use Oldhim's ability. Taking 2 damage there, going into Tom's turn. Something to note that Jamie does not have an arsenal for next turn. You know, makes a lot of those fuse cards a little bit harder to use. Tom not only has 3 baubles, you don't even know. Tom has 5 baubles in his deck. I don't really know how that happens in Tales of Aria, but it happened. He's got 5 baubles in that deck. He goes, at the end of the draft, he goes, what do I do if I need baubles? And I was like, oh, how many do you need? He's like, 5. I was like, oh, I'll have to go dig through some bulk for you and have to drum up some baubles. The fact that he's able to play with so many baubles and still do so well is actually a pretty good sign, you know. Tom is a very good player. Jamie is too, but having to make use of baubles is just really not where you want to be. So Jamie is going to come in with the Snow Under, and like I said, it's not fused or anything, but it is 7 damage. You're about to lose your mod status. Asking questions like that, bro. Tom really having to decide what cards he wants to block with on this side of the table, and he's going to use 1 card from hand, another Earth Oldhim React, take 1 damage, go to 9. Something that Tom could theoretically do, even though he's playing a lot of baubles, he could try to fatigue if Jamie's really coming in hot and using a lot of his attacks to actually hit with. If he's just able to keep Earth reacting, then maybe he's able to, you know, even though he's got baubles, he's just going to swing hammer if he's able to run Jamie out of actually legitimate threats. But he has to do so with a high enough life total where the baubles, when they are inevitably on your hand, aren't the ones that have to block, because obviously they don't. So Tom able to just play the Strength of Sequoia on his last turn. And Jamie just going to match in kind with the Strength of Sequoia. However, Jamie's will be fused. He does get those Seismic Surge tokens. He's going to get 1. And we're actually just going to play another Snow Under. Snow Under coming in for 7 damage. You know, threatening a lot of times. So Tom is blocking with like 1 card and Earth reacting, but he is leaking a lot of damage that way. Going down to 9 already. This Snow Under threatening to bring him to 2 if he weren't block. Tom really wants to make use of that Strength of Sequoia pop next turn. How many rounds and what are they doing for Top Cut? I actually don't know the answer for what they're doing for Top Cut. My guess would be that they are just playing the same decks in Top Cut. It's 4 rounds cut to top 4. We actually had 12 people show up to the Haven today. It's a really great showing. I'm really excited to see growth here at the store. Looks like Tom's still deciding on what to block with. It's a tough decision because, you know, Tom having those baubles in his deck it makes it to where you have to just you're thinking so much because you know every one of your cards is at more of a premium than Jamie's, right? But Jamie able to come in with these heavy like haymaker attacks are just really threatening to rip those cards out of your hand. If you drop to 2 here, any dominated attack probably wins the game. Uh, you do still have your shield. You have defense reactions possibly if he has any turn timbers left. I don't know if he does. Tom really having to think here, like what cards are okay to give up. He doesn't want to lose the buff on Strength of Sequoia. He's going to give up 2 cards. Looks like an Evergreen. And maybe an Entangle. He did not want to have to give those up. He only has, so he has Strength of Sequoia pop into an Icy Touch for 7 damage. Icy Encounter. Looks like we're going to get a Seismic Surge pop. We're going to get our Strength of Sequoia pop. Into just another Snow Under. This one coming in for 7 damage. This one is threatening lethal. Tom has one of those baubles in his hand. Having to decide what to block with here. He's got the Burgeoning he's looking at. Looks like another Entangle. Having to block with these cards is just not good when you're on Tom's side, you know. You're threatening to have a handful of baubles like every turn. Tom gonna end up taking 2 damage. He was blocking with 1 card and Earth React. We've seen that from him like probably the last 3 or 4 turns. Definitely one way to keep him from losing here. Looks like he's just gonna grab the Burgeoning with his helmet and play the Burgeoning from hand. Pretty good play there. Able to threaten 6 damage. Able to keep the pressure on. Looks like Jamie is going to block with the Strength of Sequoia, take 1 after using the Earth React. Not a bad way to block that out on Jamie's side. Now here's the question. What's Jamie going to do on this turn? I don't think he has enough to play any attack with significance, so I think it's going to be, he can either Arsenal a card, save it for later, or he can pitch, I think he has to pitch. Oh, he's gonna pitch the pitch into another Snow Under. This one's a blue one coming in for 5 damage. It is threatening lethal, so it is gonna rip cards out of Tom's hand. And Tom did have the Turn Timber. Don't know how many more of those he's gonna have. Tom able to really make use of those baubles as much as he has to. He does have the Autumn's Touch. Autumn's Touch coming in for 7 damage, threatening lethal on Jamie's side as well. Jamie gonna have to give up 2 cards, take 1. Trying to get in as much advantage as we can as possible, chip in as much damage. Another Snow Under. What is happening at these draft tables? Tom has 2 baubles. Tom having to use 2 baubles. Again, he has, I believe, 5 baubles in deck, so the fact that the game is this close is pretty astounding. Got to give it up to him, fighting it out, trying to get the win here. Oldham just that strong in draft. If Tom were able to take this event with a 5 bobble deck, I would just have to hats off to him. We do see that he has a Glacial Footsteps in his arsenal. Glacial Footsteps are a really strong card. Even if you don't get the fuse off, just the amount of damage it comes in for can really put your opponent in a bad spot. He's trying to probably figure out if there's any way he can block, live, play the Glacial. I don't know if I see it. He's got 2 baubles in hand, a So Tomorrow, and I think another Strength of Sequoia. The baubles in hand are really hurting him at this point. Is that a Thump? That's also a really good card, considering he has the Cracker Jacks. He really doesn't want to give it up. Almost bending the card. He is going to block with the Thump. Is he going to also use... He's going to use his shield, blocking for 4. We're going to take 3, go to 2. Looks like we're going to Cracker Jacks. I think we're going to pitch the rest of the cards in our hand. We're going to play that Glacial Footsteps. Coming in for 10. Saying you have 10 damage coming your way. You have to figure out a way to block this. How do you want to block it? Give me cards. Give me tempo. The only issue I see is there a way to get tempo back and still maintain it on your next turn when you're playing that many baubles? The fact that he's already seen 2 in one hand is showing that they're starting to really resurface like all together. Does still have a decent sized deck, not the smallest. Still has a good amount of cards left in there. A lot of Earth reacting will help with that. Jamie does have to decide how many cards he wants to give up. He gives up too many, gives Tom a window to claw back into the game. And there's the other side of it. What if you try to take too much damage? Next thing you know, your turn isn't as impactful as you thought it might be. Maybe he has another turn Timber in there, something like that. It's too not impactful enough. Tom's able to keep 1 too many cards, able to dominate something, able to use like a defense reaction. Able to really put you on a back foot. Jamie really taking a long time trying to figure out the best line of play here. What's the best cards to block with? Gonna need an action from Jamie. Gonna need to see what he blocks with. Looks like we're gonna block with a Break Ground, an Icy Encounter, and yeah, we're gonna take still a good amount of damage from that. We used the shield too. We're down 3-2. Jamie has 1 card in hand. He's gonna pitch just for Hammer, coming in for 3 damage. Now here's the awkward part. Tom does have 2 more baubles in hand. Those baubles are really showing up at a bad time. Looks like Tom's just going to Earth React that. Really good play there. We're just going to swing a Hammer of our own. We are threatening lethal. We had to pitch 2 baubles for it. Get him out of our hand. It is awkward. One of the cards in Jamie's hand is a turn Timber, and Jamie has less cards in deck. Jamie giving up the Ice Aura, Able to block for 3, blocking all of it. Keep 3 cards in hand. He's going to have to string together something pretty good here. Tom has 2 baubles again, a break ground and a burgeoning. It's getting really close. Looks like we're just going to swing the hammer for 4. We are. This is where it gets very devastating. He's going to have to block, or at least use 2 cards. He is going to Earth React, but that does get 2 cards out of his hand. He's going to only be able to pitch for hammer, I believe. Yep, it's going to just pitch for hammer, pitching 2 more baubles again, swinging for 3. Tom really trying to stay in this game.
10 minutes left in the round.
We just got the call for 10 minutes left in the round. Tom throwing away his hammer, I think, just out of habit. Might want to put that hammer back on the field. Might notice it if he goes to swing it next turn. Jamie just able to swing for 3 right back. Nothing special coming from his side. We're going to block both of it. We're going to use a block with 1 card, use Earth React again. Yep, I noticed he was getting ready to swing the hammer. Noticed it was in the graveyard. Had to go get it. Had 2 baubles in hand once again. Just pitching 2 baubles, you know, clawing his way back into this, trying to claw his way back into this game. Just swinging for 3, threatening lethal every turn. The only issue is that Jamie only has to give up 1 card, whereas Tom has to give up basically a card, his 2 attacking cards, like every turn. Yeah, and there it is, the 3 bauble turn. This is probably going to do it. Oh my goodness. We are able to buff the defense on that card, not dying. We're going to be able to pitch 2 more baubles, swing the hammer, threaten lethal once again. I do think this probably will end the game here after this. Not this turn, but we did. Did we just arsenal a bauble? That's awesome. Yep, and we still have 3 more baubles. Yep, and that's going to be the game. Tom was able to take Jamie down to 1 with a 5 bauble deck. Jamie able to take the win there. That was an amazing 6 bauble deck. I thought it was 5. It turns out it's 6. Tom still able to take Jamie down to 1 life. That is astounding. Great gameplay from him. I think that was a masterclass in working with what you got. Maybe not the best draft pull, but he was able to pull through and get him down to 1 life. But Jamie is going to take this round, go up to 2-0, I believe. Tom going to drop to 1-1. Still definitely alive for our top cut. We do have 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we have a top cut of some kind. Either we're going to do another draft, or they might play with the same draft decks. I'll let you know once I find out. But excellent gameplay from both players. Really good job. Again, Tom with that 6 bauble deck, able to just make the most of it. Able to put in work. In the end, Jamie is able to get it, though. And with that said, we will be right back to round number 3. Stick around. If you haven't already, follow, share the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. And we will be right back. welcome back to round number 3 here at the Haven Games of our Tales of Aria draft. Looks like we got Matt on the left-hand side, we got Nick on the right-hand side. A little bit of different, no more Oldhams. We got a Briar and we have a Lexi. Looks like we have a Bolton shot coming in for 5 damage on the Lexi side already. Lexi, really interesting hero to see in this draft format. It's really exciting. I hope the Lexi players, I believe both of these players are 1-1. Really want to see the Lexi player do as well as possible, just because I'm not used to seeing Lexi do too well in the limited format. She needs a very specific pool to do well, I think. A lot of good cards, a lot of very strong arrows, a lot of strong non-attack actions necessary to do well in this format, definitely. We're going to see a crack of the Heart of Ice pretty early on. Or not the Heart of Ice, but the Code of Frost. Code of Frost is a chess piece that will give your opponent a frostbite. We see another Bolton shot. These players are playing really fast. Matt was able to block with a Vela Flash. Able to go into his card with a 3-card hand and a 1-card arsenal, of course. Looks like we're going to play the Electrify from Arsenal. We're going to pay the extra cost for Frostbite. Because the Electrify was played from Arsenal, we're going to be able to draw a card, still fill up to a 3-card hand that is half of Briar. So Briar threatening to get that embodiment of Lightning token, giving anything go again. Of course, Electrify threatening that the next hit will have extra damage attached to it, should it hit. Looks like we're going to play the Surge into a embodiment of Lightning into an Arcanic Flash, something like that. So I do know that if it's fused, it's the one that does an extra Arcane. Coming in for 9 damage, go again. We do have 1 resource floating, so we are going to be able to swing the Rosetta Thorn. Looks like Nick is just going to block with every card in his hand, try to stem as much damage as possible, and then I believe we're going to see the 2/2 from the Rosetta Thorn. Or maybe not. Maybe we didn't have the resource for it. Oh, he already took the damage. He just kind of pushed the sword up a little bit. Didn't really see that he attacked with it. So yeah, we're going to go to, I believe, 14 to 15 here. Nick just had to draw and pass. We do have the Fuse Spark. Going to be a +2 here. Into a Ball Lightning. That Ball Lightning coming in for, I believe, 2 damage. Or coming in for 4 damage. Oh, he took the Arcane there. It's going to be an extra Arcane going down to 12 due to Ball Lightning. The Arcane damage is attached to the Ball Lightning, so that is where that damage comes from. It is modified by the Ball Lightning as well. Ball Lightning coming in for 4. It will threaten 5. We are going to block with 2 cards, not letting that get through. I do have to wonder if you are on Nick's side, how much can you effectively block a Briar? Even this, I do see the Heaven's Claws. Those do block for 3. I can't see the other card in Nick's hand. Looks like he might leak some damage here. We are going to block with 2 cards. Oh, it's an arrow, so that is going to block all of it, but it's going to be another draw pass on Nick's side. Nick kind of hoping that you get one of those Briar potato hands. That is just non-attack actions or something like that. Something really like not threatening. Kind of looking for a window here. So we see on Matt's turn, he's going to start with an Entwined Lightning, showing Nick the Lightning Press. Coming in for 4 damage. Looks like it's a red Entwined Lightning. Here's the hard part if you're on Nick's side. You know he has the Lightning Press. Are you going to see it? Are you going to block out for it each time? It's very difficult too, because you know they're never going to... A lot of times in Constructed, you want to give up like a defense reaction. You want to make them use the attack reaction. I know Lightning Press is basically an instant, but it's kind of an attack reaction. You want to make them give it up and then you D-react so that they kind of waste it, but there's very limited D-reacts. I don't actually think Lexi has a D-react in this format. Yeah, not much on Nick's side going on. He's just blocking out, hoping that Matt has one of these turns that's just not very good. We do start with the Ball Lightning. Nick deciding if he wants to block here or not. I do know Nick's giving up a lot of cards. Trying to stay alive here. It really depends on whose deck is actually bigger, or if Matt can just kill Nick before it actually matters. I do believe this is the Entwine Earth. Entwine Earth is just such a strong card to be able to draft. Coming in for 6 damage. It's just a flat 6 damage, but at this point, that's a lot of damage coming through. Matt gonna Arsenal his last card. Going into Nick's turn, he's gonna Arsenal that one card. We're gonna draw up. Matt just letting, or Nick just letting Matt just wail on him turn after turn. He's kind of doing a good job, doing what he can to like stem some of the damage. We do see that Nick has one of the best cards in Arsenal. It's a Polar Blast. So a lot of times Lexi on her turn can flip that over, give him a Frostbite, then play the Polar Blast, draw a card, and threaten Dominate on the next attack. We're going to see Matt start with the Amulet of Earth. Amulet of Earth, strong card. It's going to give, if he cracks it and when he cracks it, it gives every attack on that chain +1. Granted, he can only crack it when he's Earth fused. One cool thing about the Amulet of Earth, though, is it is a non-attack action. It's a non-attack action, and it has Go Again. So it's really easy to use that to fulfill the first half of Briar, getting that Go Again token. So we see the Ball Lightning coming in for 3 damage. We're just going to see Nick take the 4. He's not able to really stop a lot of this and still have a turn. I think it might have been too long here. Maybe he let Matt get away with too much, but maybe this is not the greatest turn. We see the Vela Flash. No fuse, so just a Vela Flash. Now the Vela Flash is threatening 4, so that will do enough to kill him. So he's gonna block with 2 cards there. I think that will block all 4 damage. No buff from the Ball Lightning. We're gonna crack the boots. Give us another action point. Coming for 2 and 2. Sword is gonna put in work. Do 2 arcane damage. Pretty much unblockable. Now you're on Nick's side. You actually have a chance to do something. You have the Polar Blast in Arsenal. You're going to at least probably give him a Frostbite. Flip it up with Lexi. Yep, Nick being a good sport, saying you get the Embodiment of Earth token. No worries here. Yep, we're going to flip over that Polar Blast. Give Matt a Frostbite. Here you go. Thanks for coming. Nick having to say, I have to have a turn here. I have to do something and put some work in. Unfortunately, that's not going to be it. Nick didn't want to take the risk to not draw an arrow off the Polar Blast. He did have an item in hand that won't block. So we're going to play on Matt's side. We have the Bramble Spark, no fuse, into a Singeing Steel Blade. That is just going to be 2 arcane, unblockable basically. And Matt is going to take it. He will move to, I believe, 2 and 1, either 2 and 1 or 3 and 0. Unfortunately, Nick will drop to 1 and 2. I think he's still alive, given he wins his next round. I think a 2 and 2 will make it. It's going to be a long shot. I do believe that's going to be the cutoff, the bubble, as they say. Great play there by Matt. Unfortunately, he was just able to put too much pressure on Nick. He wasn't really able to turn the corner, have a good turn of his own. So that being said, I will throw it to the Be Right Back screen. If you guys are hanging out, thank you so much. Be sure to share this around. Be sure to follow. And definitely check out the Haven. That being said, we will be right back with the last round of Swiss and then into Top Cut right after that. What is going on, everyone? Looks like we are back with round number 4, and looks like the camera is looking nice right now. Very clear, very crisp, able to see way more than we were able to see before. If you guys stuck through that, I really appreciate it. We were able to focus a little bit. Maybe it's, if you guys got anything else you want to show us or tell us about, like if you have recommendations on how to improve the stream or anything like that, just let me know. I definitely want to bring the best content I can to you guys. That being said, let's go into round number 4. We have Jamie, who was just on stream not too long ago, I think a couple rounds ago against Tom, was able to take that one. Ryan from Adventure Co Gaming, who has not been on stream today, he is on Briar. Very excited to see how these two players end up playing their game. For what it's worth, I'm going to let you guys know Ryan does not have an embodiment of Earth token. If you see a hammer appear on his side of the field, that is because he is using that as his embodiment of Earth token. That being said, this is an insane turn with the Bramble Spark into an Entwine Earth. Fuse both. Arcane damage coming through. Ryan having to get 2 dice out for the damage. Coming in for 10 damage. Let's go, Ryan. Getting that embodiment of Earth. That is Oldham's hammer, but it is embodiment of Earth. Fusing it with the Sotomaro. 10 damage coming in on Jamie's side. How much do you want to block here, Jamie? Briar coming in hot. Jamie having to block with 3 cards, still leaking damage through giving up 3 cards for 1 attack. That is where you want to be in Briar. You got to get those cards out of that Oldham's deck. Don't let him Earth react. Don't let him just get like free non-damage, free blocking, free damage prevention. Jamie going to come in with the hammer, 4 damage coming at you, Ryan. A lot of times I will see Briar not block this. Just because it's a vanilla 4, you're not really worried about it. You are trying to race. They're trying to, like, to Oldham, he cares about how much is left in your deck, typically. To Briar, that's who cares about the Oldham's life total. Usually the Briar is not the one too worried about how much life they have left, unless it gets kind of weird and they get down to, like, less life than they really want to. But that doesn't really happen too often. If it's not 6 Bobble Oldham, I don't want it. Nick, let me know. Does this stream look a lot better to you? I think it looks way... I personally can see way more. Let me know if you guys out there can see if it looks any better. It looks way better to me. I can actually almost read the cards on my screen. So, very good. Before it was kind of just difficult to see. It was very fuzzy. That being said, Ryan has the embodiment of Lightning token out. Played the Sotomaro, the Bramble Spark, thinking about what attack he actually wants to use. He's going to use that Rites of Replenishment. Has Go Again, coming in for 1 Arcane. And I believe 6 damage here. Jamie going to block with a Snow Under and a Strength of Sequoia, blocking all 6 of the physical damage. Ryan going to come in with 2 and 2 on the Rosetta Thorn. Ryan going to get through the 2 Arcane and block with the Break Ground is going to block the 2 physical. Jamie with just left with just a Snow Under in hand. Just another weapon attack for 4 damage. Ryan gonna take all 4. Like I said, you kind of want to race as the Briar player. You need more cards than the Oldham does to do damage. Looks like we're gonna start with that Earthlore Surge into a Lightning Surge from Arsenal. Ryan able to put on a little bit more pressure here, coming in for 7. Go Again. That Lightning Surge and that Earthlore Surge also turned on the Rosetta Thorn, which is probably going to come up next if I had to guess. Unless Ryan's able to play another non-attack and attack. I think I see a Heaven's Claws and an Entwine Lightning in his hand, though, so I don't think that's going to come up. If I had to guess, I would think it's the Sword for 2 and 2. Jamie going to block with a Snow Under. Oh, and the Entwine Lightning. We are going to play the Entwine Lightning. That does make sense. It does get go again, so we're gonna get 3 more damage coming in. Jamie gonna block with another card, and then we're just gonna Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. Ryan blocking as much as Ryan coming in with as much damage as possible. Most arcane he can. The bottom of Ryan's deck is now Bramble, Earth Amulet, and another Bramble. Yeah, that's really smart, and pitch stacking is really important against Oldhim. I honestly don't know how much this is on intentional, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm underestimating how much Ryan has really thought about Briar into Oldhim. I know Ryan is just really good at finding lines that I personally would not find all the time. That's definitely true. We're going to pitch a Singeing Steelblade, coming in with the Rites of Lightning fused with... That has lined up so well for him. He has Earth Fuse cards, he gets the Earth card. He has Lightning cards, he gets the Lightning card. Very well drafted deck for sure. Jamie going to block with an Autumn's Touch. Now Ryan still has 2 resources left to use. Does have the Ball Lightning. I think I see a Vela Flash in his hand. Vela Flash can really come in clutch. Gives you a free action point if you have something like an Electrify. Lets you play that next non-attack as an instant. And it's a cheeky way to get Go Again in this format, where Go Again is kind of at a premium. We're just going to play the Ball Lightning. Increase damage will be increased by 1 should it go through. Jamie forced to use a Turn Timber on this Ball Lightning. Probably not where he wants to be. However, we are going to come in with the Vela Flash. Take 2 from the Ball Lightning, additional damage. Go to 7. Jamie giving up every card in his deck. He's kind of playing the long game a bit. But I don't know if Jamie's deck is built that way to do that. I mean, most of what Jamie has, from what I saw, was a lot of Ice cards, which I don't think... I think Ice, if you're building an Ice Oldhim deck, and this is just my personal opinion, I think that's more of the dominate, hit you in the face game plan. Maybe like get like 1 more card out of your hand to slow you down, but it doesn't really like stall you out like the Earth deck does. It doesn't really prevent... You know, Earth deck makes you like waste cards, right? You wasted the attack because you... Not really waste the whole attack, but you wasted like a card to attack and you lost 2 damage from it. Where they don't lose the card, they pitch it. So that's where you get with that deck that's like... Again, you survive a little bit longer and you're not losing the cards in your deck. Whereas the Ice cards are more of like this like dominate. They really want you to like dominate the attack, get damage through, your opponent can't block it. Back to where it's at. Jamie is blocking with 2 cards, doesn't look happy about it. Had to block a 6 damage Entwined Lightning into a Heaven's Claws, blocking for 6. And Ryan's also in a good spot here too, because he's able to block... He's been able to block in a way that, or get Jamie to block in a way that's making him lose way more cards than what Ryan is spending. So Ryan's attacking with 1 card, right? And Jamie's giving up 2 to 3 cards to block these attacks. And that is definitely not where you want to be as Oldhim. You usually want to give up like 1 card and then like Earth Pitch, right? So you're only losing a 1-for-1. Whereas like when you're blocking with 2 cards, I mean, this is card game 101, right? Anytime you're giving up a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1, that is not a good place to be when you're on the defending side, right? You definitely want to be holding on to those cards as much as possible. You want to make Ryan spend the cards and not be able to get the damage through. Ryan going to start with the Bramble Spark. We've seen it so often. No fuse though, but we do have the Entwined Earth. If he had an Earth card in hand, this would have been nasty. It would have been like an 8 damage, or it would have been like 11 damage Entwined Earth with an Arcane. Very insane. Unfortunately, we didn't have the Earth card this time around. Not that lucky. He's been really lucky with those fuses this game so far. Jamie having to block with the Mulch and the Snow Under. He has so many of those Snow Unders. It's almost like he just kept getting handed them. It's kind of crazy. Jamie just going to come in with the break ground. And he's actually... This may be one of the very few times I've ever seen break ground actually do the Crown of Seeds, tuck your arsenal and draw a card effect. I have seen that very little times. Oh my goodness. And Ryan going to block with 2 cards, one of them being the Sigil of Suffering, I believe, and that does an arcane damage in order to buff its defense by 1. So Ryan actually not even going to take any damage there. Jamie got to be getting, just has to be getting frustrated, trying to get damage through and just not able to find it. And then this is kind of scary. So Ryan's going to come in with a Shock Striker. And if Jamie were to let that touch at all, Ryan would be able to pitch into it to deal more damage, which is kind of terrifying. So Jamie able to block pretty much all of it. I mean, did actually get to Earth React there. He is going to swing the hammer for 4 because the Glacial Footsteps fulfills the requirement of the cost. So to be able to buff the hammer by 1. Ryan kind of thinking, I think if I'm Ryan, I think I just take this. I think unless the hand is complete potatoes, I think you just take the 4 like you have. All 8 damage from Ryan's side has come from 2 hammer swings. So I think you just go to 8, dump the hand, do as much as you can, unless for whatever reason you can't play the cards in an efficient way. Ryan having to think on this block. I guess his hand might not just be as offensive as he wants it to be. If he's thinking about blocking here. Yeah, he eventually does take it just like I thought he would, honestly. He has the Electrify. Yeah, what were you even... What's the question here? Electrify into another non-attack, which I think is the Earthlore Surge in hand. Get the embodiment of lightning. He might just not have enough resources to pay for it, although that could be the question in hand. He's going to start with the Entwined Lightning. Fusing a Ball Lightning. So we know the Ball Lightning is probably going to come down. Probably really wanted to actually play the Ball Lightning first, but a lot of times that can be really frustrating because you won't have the card to also fuse with the Entwined Lightning as well. Jamie giving up 2 cards, a Thump and a Glacial Footsteps. Ball Lightning coming in for what I believe is 3 damage here. Block with another Glacial Footsteps. Into a Wild Growth, I believe that card is. Something like that. Explosive Growth. Explosive Growth going to get in for 1 damage, but an extra 1 from the Ball Lightning. And then Ryan gonna crack the Mark of Lightning, which I do believe should be buffed by 1 because of the Ball Lightning. So yeah, it does give the actual attack. It gives the 1 damage to the attack, so it is able to. Oh, and looks like Jamie is just gonna scoop it up there. He's saying, "I'm not gonna be able to win this game. Arcane's just too strong for me." Ryan gonna go, I believe, into our top 4. Awesome game from Ryan. We're going to cut to the Be Right Back screen. I'll talk to you guys a little bit. I do believe we have a top cut coming up next. We have 9 viewers in chat. That is awesome, guys. If you can, share this video around. Share this stream around. If you have anyone interested in Flesh and Blood, be sure to talk in chat too. I love it. I love answering questions in chat or just talking it with you guys. Also, if you haven't yet, or if you like Flesh and Blood, definitely check out the Haven.com or Haven Tabletop. Let me get the actual link for you guys. I believe it's just Haven Tabletop. Yeah, there it is. They are the ones hosting us right now. Awesome guys. Definitely check them out. Be sure to use Adventure Co! ! as a promo code. Anytime you're checking out for Flesh and Blood singles, that should give you a pretty good discount. And it helps me out, lets them know that you're watching, lets them know that I sent you there. Um, Really good store, really awesome guys. If you're local to Florida, definitely check them out. We're in Castleberry, Florida. They're a great store, really welcoming. Everyone here has been super awesome. From the store owners to the employees to even just the people who come here and play Flesh and Blood and any other games they host. Super welcoming community. Awesome, awesome people. That being said, we're going to go out and see what's going on with this top four. Again, follow if you haven't. Make sure you share this around. We'll be here every Saturday, except for next week. We won't be here on Saturday, but we will be here on Sunday for Uprising pre-release. So make sure you check that out too. And we'll be right back. So,
Not much. Okay.
What is going on, everyone? We're back with the semifinals. We have 5 viewers left in chat. You guys were awesome that you're sticking around. I appreciate it so much. We're back. We're bringing you some semifinals. Ryan made the top cut. Matt made the top cut. We had 2 4-0s, a 3-1, and a 2-2 bubble, and it was Jamie who you just saw lose in the last round, but he has another shot in the top 4 here. It's super awesome. Super happy to bring the game to you guys. Make sure you check out the Haven Tabletop. It's been awesome here. We just crowned a People's Champion. That person, brand new player, just got a playmat. If you guys aren't playing Flesh and Blood already, you need to. Great prize support. Usually the communities are awesome. It's been one of the best communities I've ever been a part of. That being said, let's get to the game. It's already 17-14 while I've been talking. It's 2 Rune Blades. What do you expect? They're probably not going to be blocking until they have to. Right, so let's get into it. Ryan going to play that blue Electrify from Arsenal. Or that Electrify from Arsenal. I think it's blue. It could be yellow, but definitely playing the Electrify from Arsenal. I'm going to draw that card. Gonna pitch for another card. Gonna be that Earthlore Surge. Get that embodiment of lightning. And he didn't even need the extra resource. Still has the resource for his Rosetta Thorn. Super insane turn. Ryan coming in for 8 damage. If it hits, it's gonna deal another damage. And then he's gonna come in with the Rosetta Thorn. 2 and 2. Let's go. I think this is a great game already. Let's see what Matt is able to answer back. Does he choose the block? Does he choose the, keep his hand for his own aggression? It kind of comes into this, like, back and forth. Who's going to be the one that has to blink first? Who's going to be the one that has to start giving up cards because they have to block it, right? Their turn just isn't good enough. They have to block. They're down to where they're taking lethal if they don't. And of course, there's always Arcane, which neither of these players has any way to block. Matt still thinking he's gonna block with 1 card, probably take 3 less, so he's gonna take an extra damage from the Electrify, going all the way to 10, and then we're just gonna go Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. Ryan might be able to put the pressure on. Matt will have to be able to do enough to make Ryan want to give up cards in this hand. Ryan's not gonna have an Arsenal going into the next turn, so we do know cards are gonna be at a premium. Ball Lightning is a great way to start. Ball Lightning is a great way to try to put on that pressure, but Ryan might be able to just hold on here, just be able to not give up cards, still have the cards in hand to be able to block enough. He only has 1 non-attack reaction. I don't see a way. Oh, he does have the Entwine Lightning to be able to play. If he plays Electrify into Entwine Lightning into something else, he does have enough to be able to, I think, put a significant amount of pressure on Matt to where he'll have to give up more cards than he wants to. I'm not saying Ryan probably has lethal in hand. I mean, he has enough to do lethal, but I don't think he has enough to get through Matt's cards and do lethal. I don't know the card that Matt arsenaled, so it really comes down to that, depending on if he's able to get enough damage through. That being said, who's excited for some Flesh and Blood, right? I mean, the calling in Vegas is going on right now. It's a little unfortunate that they decided not to stream it. If you guys are hanging out here instead, that's awesome. Hanging out with our locals. Our locals is really stacked. Typically we have a lot of really good players here. All the players you've seen on stream have all been playing the game for a long time. Really solid. Really, they've all won. A lot of our players. Tom has won a Pro Quest. Matt has won a Pro Quest. Or I think Tom got it on XP, but he was in the Pro Tour. We have a lot of Pro Tour players here. Just an awesome place to be if you guys haven't followed already. That being said, Matt has the Burgeoning coming in. 4-6 damage. Ryan You know, if he decides to take it, that does take it to a bit of a danger zone. You know, you go to 5, but it might just be enough. You know, Matt has not played a non-attack action. The Rosetta Thorn arcane damage is not online. That arcane damage not being online is quite a big deal. Because that being said, if Ryan were to take all of this, go to 5, he would only be threatening 2 from the Rosetta Thorn. Ryan thinking, oh, I don't really need this card. I think he's able to play the Entwine Lightning in a way that he also can play the non-attack action, just threatening enough damage, right? This is kind of an extra card. This would be his arsenal card if he were to keep it. I kind of agree with, you know, keeping your life total a little bit higher when you don't need to. Matt deciding to arsenal his last card, so he's going to go into his next, into Ryan's turn with a 5-card, what they call a 5-card hand, because you have the card in arsenal as well. Now Ryan does start his turn off with that Entwined Lightning. He did fuse it, does have go again. Matt has to block with a card that I don't see very often. It does heal you, but he's blocked for 3, only taking 1. Then we have the Heaven's Claws coming in for 5, threatening lethal. It's going to get another card out of Matt's hand. The question is, which card? Five damage is just, it's a lot for a 1 for 5. You know, Heaven's Claws is actually like one of the underrated, like really good cards. It blocks for 3, it comes in for 5. It's a lightning card. It's just everywhere you almost want to be. Matt does decide to give up the Bramble Spark. Kind of unfortunate there. It is one of the stronger cards, but he does have to kind of keep himself alive, but take Ryan down in this turn. He has to really put on pressure, make sure he can get Ryan to block with as many cards in his hand. This has to be a very strong turn. Now, one thing we do see that's kind of cheeky, he does have the lightning press in hand. Now, if Ryan decides to get greedy, here, this could be the end of the game. He could take a lightning press to the face. If Ryan thinks he's just getting Rosetta Thorned here, I mean, I think you block this. I think you don't. There's no reason not to. If you block it, you take the press, you'll take 4 damage. You still have to worry about the Rosetta Thorn. You don't even have to. I don't think this has go again, so you don't have to worry about Rosetta Thorn here. I think you just block this. You keep your life total out of reach of a lightning press. Ryan really having to decide. He really wants to keep his hand, but it's just really close here. In his mind, he's saying, if I can keep this hand, I actually have a really good turn, but I don't think... It depends. I don't know if the lightning press is red. If it's a red lightning press, this game, and Ryan doesn't block, the game's probably over. This comes down to card knowledge just a bit. Does Ryan think he has the lightning press? Has he seen it before? Does he know it's in Matt's hand? I see him eyeing up the Entwined Earth, maybe to block with it. Any block card would keep Ryan alive through the lightning press. Ryan actually deciding to block with 2 cards, still gets lightning pressed, but because Ryan decided to block, he does stay alive. The Electrify was also threatening lethal damage on him. Instead, Matt's just going to play the Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2. I think Ryan's going to take all 4 of that. Go to 3, be tied at 3. And now Ryan's kind of in the driver's seat, right? He has to be able to... anything he does is going to put Matt in lethal range. I mean, he's in lethal range. Anything he does will threaten lethal on Matt here. I just heard someone scream in the store. Maybe they pulled something. Maybe they pulled like a legendary or a fable or something. That's awesome. Oh, I heard it. Someone just yelled out they pulled creepers. That's awesome. You love to see it. So Ryan actually gonna attack with the Entwine Earth. No fuse, just a 6 damage. I think Entwine Earth is no joke one of the best cards in Limited. Any hero in Aria can play it, even Lexi, because it's just an elemental card. And just a 2 for 6 in this format is just good enough a lot of the time. That being said, if Oldhim or Briar play a 2 for 8, get out of here. That's just too good. One thing that Ryan does have is he also has the Mark of Lightning. If Matt forgets about it, he can just crack them, deal the extra point. If like Matt blocks with 2/2 attack, 2/2s here, go to 1 in his mind, he could just crack the Mark of Lightning. Ryan really threatening a difficult decision here for Matt. Both of these players want to move on to the finals. You know, we're giving away that I have to remember it's the one from the Dory deck, the new Dory and Reinhardt deck, the new chess piece. We're giving that away from the Armory kit, and both players really want it. Ryan did crack the Mark of Lightning. That puts Matt in kill range of a Rosetta Thorn. So as long as Ryan can stay alive, which he is going to have to block, and also have a non-attack and an attack that somehow has go again, Ryan will do very well if he can stay alive and keep those cards in hand. Now, I do see an Electrify, and I do see a Vela Flash. Ryan would have to keep this entire hand to do what I think he wants to do, which is play the Vela Flash, fuse with the Electrify, then play the Electrify to gain the action point. However, I don't think he's going to be able to keep all of that in hand. He could give up the Rites of Replenishment, but then again, I think if you do that, I think you're gonna have to give up 2 cards here. No matter what, you're gonna have to give up 2 cards. Because I think Matt's just gonna come in with the Rosetta Thorn, and you could in your mind maybe like go to 1. That's really terrifying, especially if Matt has something like a Sigil of Suffering to just end the game. And again, we see Matt coming with 2. I think Ryan is gonna take this. If I had to guess, I think Ryan takes this damage. Yep, gonna go to 1. Now, Matt draws up into the Sigil of Suffering, which I do not see in his hand. So all Ryan has to do is find any arcane damage. But instead, we're just going to do Ball Lightning. We have Go again. He's going to come in the Rosetta Thorn. Ryan will move on to the finals. Awesome. Great showing from Matt. He was able to go 4-0 in Swiss, but he did lose in our first round of Top Cut. We do have one more round for you. It's going to be our final match of the day. Just shortly. Right now, I do have to say, unfortunately, there are 2 Oldhims playing in the other table. So that's going to be a minute. I hope not. But they are 2 very good players that are trying to get to the final table. That being said, if you haven't already, I've been preaching it all day. Make sure you follow. Make sure you share it around. If you can share this anywhere, that'd be awesome. It's something to watch on Saturday. It's going to be here every Saturday except for next week because we are streaming our pre-release on Sunday. So be sure to check that out. We're going to be opening packs right on stream for you. And we're going to be showing some of the first streamed games of Uprising ever. I mean, there were some this past week. I know there was a lot of box openings. I think Fluke and Box did a box break. Fab Unseals has done a lot of box breaks. But that being said, we're going to have our Uprising pre-release streams. We're going to have them opening it right on camera. And we're going to stream all those games for you. I believe there should be however many rounds based on how many players. And then we're going to cut to a top 8 draft. It's going to be a long day of Flesh and Blood. But I'm excited for it. And I will see you guys in the next round. Don't leave. It sounds like I was signing off, but I'm not. There's one more round. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Tales of Aria draft finals here at the Haven. Awesome time here at the Haven. We have two Adventure Co members in the top cut in the finals, ready to go. Ryan starting us off with a Electrify into a Ball Lightning. Ryan, do me a favor, getting that life counter on stream. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, we have finals getting on here. We have Briar and Oldham. I kind of called it from the beginning. I was saying I hope Alexi would do well. Unfortunately, Lexi did not make it. I don't even think in the top cut. We had 2 Oldham and 2 Briar. Pretty standard stuff if I have to be honest. We don't see Lexi do too well as it stands too often, even in these limited formats. Ryan coming in with the Rosetta Thorn hotness already, 2 and 2. Ryan using, or Alex switching out the arcane damage for blue dice, making it a little bit easier to see. Alright, so Ryan able to strike first with that 2 damage on that turn. I think Alex made him go first. Alex trying to get a little bit of the tempo here, but he did lose 2 health on the first turn, which is not great. That being said, it's a long game. Oldham can stop a lot of damage. Oldham's like effective health in limited is like 50. When you consider all the blocking, all the preventing, all that stuff, he can just, he's a house man. It's hard to get through, hard to get that damage in. That being said, coming in with a break ground, 7 damage at Ryan's face. What are you going to do, Ryan? Are you going to block it? You're going to take 7. You're going to get aggressive, take 7, go to 13, or are you just going to block a little, do some chip damage, try to get in as much arcane damage as possible? Ryan gonna block with 1 card, the Rites of Replenishment. Is that all he's gonna block with, or are we gonna nothing else? So Ryan gonna take 4 there, kind of, just mitigate some of that damage. Don't take all of it, don't get too aggressive. Ryan gonna come with the Heaven's Claws, not using dice again. Need to use that dice, but I do believe he plays the 5 damage Heaven's Claws. I'm excited to start doing this for Uprising. I gotta learn all the cards. I gotta figure out every card in Uprising. I gotta remember all the names. I gotta stream it for you guys. Gotta bring the content ready for it. Super excited. I'm super excited for these finals too, man. This is just, it's been an awesome time. I'm happy to be back streaming for you guys. It's been a little bit. I'm happy we can get a good setup, good top-down setup. Alex able to block all that Heaven's Claws. Not too worried about it. Ryan doesn't have an arsenal, though. That is very unfortunate. I think Briar really wants these big hands. Big hands that you can just dump on the table. Do the arcane. Do the physical. The arcane against Oldham is usually what's going to get through. You usually have to do probably 10 to 12 arcane against Oldham, I feel like, as Briar to get that damage through, just to be able to threaten lethal. Ryan thinking about his turn. I think Alex just had a draw pass, right? I think he blocked most of that. Ryan giving his hand a good look. This is finals. We are playing for that cold foil and a lot of pack pricing. That is something I haven't mentioned yet. There is a lot of packs on the line. The store owners here are very generous with their pricing. It's very awesome. Ryan going to go into the Bramble Spark into the Explosive Growth. Gonna take 2 arcane. The Explosive Growth coming in for 3 damage now. Issue here is I don't believe this attack has go again, and I don't think Ryan has any way to give it go again. Alex is just gonna block with a card. He is gonna Earth React and Ice React. Not denying Ryan the arsenal. I do kind of like that play. You have to give up the Channel Mount Heroic. But if you don't have a way to keep it online anyway, it's kind of a dead card. You're kind of trying to set up something. Yep, so Alex has to draw pass, basically. We're going to go straight back to Ryan's turn. It is pretty even. I mean, it is even at 16-16, but again, I think the life total is really not... Ryan's life total is typically not going to matter too much. It's going to be Ryan's deck size. He has to keep the cards... to get as much value out of his cards as possible. Trading one for one is not really where you want to be. You have to make them want to block with more than one card if they want to keep their life totals up. A Rites for Punishment coming from Ryan. He is going to fuse it. This is a 5 damage attack. Alex will have to go 2 for 1 with this. If he has an Earth card, he only has to actually give up 1 card if it is a blue Earth card. I don't know if he has it. Ryan going to put that Ball Lightning back in his deck. Helps a little bit with the fatigue plan, you know, as much as you can recycle. But Alex is going to have the turn Timber just in time for a big attack. But because Alex blocked from hand, he is going to use a Mark of Lightning. Mark of Lightning is going to ping him for 1. It will do an extra 1. But unfortunately, I don't think it still has to... I think it has to be... I think Ryan was hoping that was from any attack. Like, if you've done it this turn. But I think it has to be that Chain Link. So unfortunately, it's not going to work out for him that way. That being said, we're just going to pitch a mulch. Going to swing the hammer. 4 damage coming in. This is kind of how Oldham where Oldham wants to be. We do see that but another turn Timber in Alex's hand. That turn Timber is probably going to end up in the arsenal after Ryan takes 4 damage from the hammer. It's exactly what you want to see as Oldham. We do see Ryan lead off with the Sow Tomorrow. He's going to Sow Tomorrow that Bramble Spark back in the deck, back at the bottom. Again, just a little bit of recursion. That does help against the fatigue matchup, which Alex does seem to be kind of doing. Yeah, Alex helping him out, banishing his own card. Wow, we're going to see the Bramble Spark fused with an Evergreen. That Evergreen is going to give him the Bramble Spark being the second non-attack action played is going to give that embodiment of Lightning token, giving the next attack go again, whatever it is. Ryan leaning over, I think that's the symbol of I did not calculate this the way I want to. So unfortunately, is just going to have to do an Entwine Lightning. He probably wanted to actually just somehow fuse the Entwine Lightning, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to. So the Bramble Spark going to come in for 1 Arcane. Did that already. Ryan gets his Embodiment of Earth token. This Entwine Lightning coming in for 5 damage, which is a good chunk. I know Alex has that Entwine or that Turn Timber in his arsenal. Does he choose to use it here? Does he choose to save it? There's some arguments for both. You want to kind of save it for a bigger attack, but I don't know if Ryan... I mean, we've watched Ryan on stream now for three games, and I don't think we've seen too much come that's bigger than 5 attack, right? And then we're going to ult him. We're going to Earth React here, stopping 2 damage from the Arcane. Should he Rosetta Thorn? Well, he's not going to. He's just going to come in for the Rites of Lightning, I believe. And we're just going to block 3 there. And then the 2 and 2 from the sword. That was a really good turn from Ryan. And he still has a card in hand to be able to arsenal. Oh, Ryan, your Rosetta Thorn is in there. That's the second time on stream people have thrown away their swords. I'm sure he'll get it back next time we see him go to swing it. Yep, Alex just has to draw past there. We know he still has the Turn Timber in his arsenal, waiting for that bigger attack. You know, Ryan does have the Entwine Earth. The Entwine Earth could get huge here. Actually has it in hand. He's just going to play the Evergreen from Arsenal, and this is really smart from Ryan. Again, Alex is kind of on uh, this fatigue strategy, and because the Evergreen was from Arsenal, it's gonna get tucked back into the deck when the combat chain closes. But Alex does have the turn timber, as we said, and he was able to fuse it. I do believe that blocks all of it, and that's huge. That Ryan was able to come in with that huge attack and not be able to get through any damage. And Alex only had to give up 2 cards to do it. And really, he only gave up 1 card. He only pitched the rest. Another hammer swing for 4, and a lot of these, this is kind of where Oldham now is getting, where he wants to be. He's in the lead. Ryan came in with a big attack. He spent a lot of cards to try to get over the top of Oldham, and unfortunately was met with a turn timber at just the right moment. That was great gameplay from Alex to save that turn timber for a big attack. And if Alex goes on to win this game, you could probably point to that play as the turning point, the true turning point of where Alex took control of the game. Really, Ryan had this big turn, and it was just shut down by 1 card. 1 turn timber from Arsenal. And that, basically, it's what I was saying, where you want to get these 2-for-1s, these 3-for-1s, and kind of Alex did that in reverse to Ryan. Ryan pitched or played a card into an Entwined Earth, and Alex was able to stop all of it. Now, again, here comes Ryan again with the Bramble Spark fused. And we have another Entwined Earth with the Bramble Spark. I think that's going to be, 8 damage coming in here? 10 damage and an Arcane. The Arcane is probably going to get through. We don't have any way to stop that. So we are going to get our Embodiment of Earth token. And then you just have a 10 damage attack. And this might be the point where maybe Ryan is able to take a little bit of this tempo back. Alex might have to give up a few more cards than he wants to. We see 1 Glacial Footsteps. And do we have another turn timber? And we do. We have another turn timber fused. Ryan coming in with 2 big Entwined Earths, and Alex having 2 turn timbers in a row to be able to stop them. That is devastating if you're on Ryan's side. A lot of that is your tempo plays. A lot of that is where you get other people having to block with 2, 3 cards to be able to stop some of that damage. And Alex just able to play 1 card really to stop most of it. Gave up the Glacial Footsteps and also just 1 turn timber. And then coming back in for 7, and Ryan definitely doesn't want to be at 1. You definitely don't want to take this. Go down to 1. Then you're in really dangerous territory where any dominated attack, you see the Glacial Footsteps on the top of Alex's graveyard. That dominated could end the game. If you draw a hand of 2 blocks and it comes in with another 7 or 8 attack, that could end the game. Or very close to end the game, because you have to give up all your cards to be able to live. So you have to block this. Now, one thing to note, Ryan does have the Embodiment of Earth token. A lot of his non-attacks will block for 3 at this point, so that is a good thing. Sometimes, those non-attacks blocking for 2 can really be a detriment. Ryan going to block with the Vela Flash and go down to 4. I like that play. I like having to stay aggressive. You're going to keep the cards in hand. We do have the Entwined Earth. We're going to pitch it for the Earthlore Surge. Then we're going to play the Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge going to be for 7. The Lightning Surge was from hand, I believe. I believe this does not have go again. Still, a 7 damage attack is nothing to scoff at. Alex gonna block 6, then Ice and Earth react. He's really doing his best to fatigue Ryan here. Ryan doing his best to not get fatigued. I mean, he was able to play the Evergreen from his arsenal, tuck it underneath. But Alex able to Ice and Earth react with Oldham, takes a card from Ryan's hand, puts it on top of the deck, and then blocks the extra damage coming in. I think I would have really liked maybe just an Earth React there. I didn't see what colors. They couldn't have been blue, I guess, because he wouldn't have done both. I think, but I would have really liked to see if he could have given a hammer swing this turn because it would have made Ryan actually give up a card not to die. But that being said, Alex is doing his best just to keep, keep starve off the bleeding. He doesn't want just to stop the bleeding. He just doesn't want to let Ryan get anything in, and he's gonna block for 5 again with Thump and Oldham's ability. Ryan just hitting a brick wall here. The turn timbers are probably the most devastating thing. The turn timbers on those big attacks were just really punishing. And that's what I was saying. Being able to attack with the hammer for 4, Ryan has to give you a card here. Alright, it's just for 3, but still, Ryan could go to 1. Then everything is lethal. But Ryan also thinking, like, I'm running out of options here. This deck is getting really small. I don't have a lot of the cards I want to be able to do as much really arcane damage. And that's kind of the name of the game in this matchup. If you're Briar, you definitely want arcane damage because that's the harder damage to block. Ryan going to start his turn with a Bramble Spark, fuse with the Amulet of Earth. Going to get a buff in damage, and the Arcane going to get attached to the next attack. Rites of Replenishment coming in. It's a 8 damage Rites of Replenishment with 1 Arcane. 1 Arcane, it does get through. We're going to get our Embodiment of Earth token. Now, how much damage does Alex want to actually block here? He wants to block all of it. He's going to Ice and Earth React. Not getting through any damage. Giving up 2 cards. Ryan played 2 cards. You know, we're staying even here. Ryan, that deck is starting to get very thin there. Very, very thin. No card in Arsenal. I just want to say, I think this has been a really good example of how to play these characters in limited formats. Both are playing extremely well, extremely high level Flesh and Blood. Ryan coming in with the Singeing Steel Blade, getting a Embodiment of Earth token. The Electrify coming in, played behind it. So if this Singeing Steel Blade hits physically, which I do not think it will, considering how Alex has blocked this time. That being said, it would get an extra hit of damage due to the Electrify, but I do not think this Singeing Steel Blade will get through. Though I do think Ryan actually, if I did see it, I think Ryan had the Lightning Press in hand. It just comes down to, if that is a red Electrify, that would be +3 damage if it hit. I do believe this is well past second cycle, so maybe Alex has seen these cards already. Could be thinking he knows the Lightning Press was somewhere near here. Gonna block with the Channel Mount Heroic, and Ryan is going to Lightning Press it. And I do not think Alex has another way to stop this damage. Oh, this is a cheeky play. He is gonna grab the Earth card to be able to Earth React with Oldham to stop. That is class. That was so good. I love that play. Baited out. That deserves a follow. That deserves a clip. That was genius. I like that so much. Baited out the Lightning Press, was able to pick an Earth card back up to be able to Earth React, making him waste the Lightning Press. Alex has put on a clinic on how to block with this deck. And now Ryan is seeing an Icy Encounter for 4 damage, which normally would be pretty innocuous, but it's threatening lethal. So now Ryan has to give up a card, and if he only gives up 1 card, he's still taking 1, and then he's going to get a Frostbite. And that Frostbite might just tax him enough to not be able to do what he wants to do. between giving up the card and Ryan just looking at his hand, like, I don't think he sees the line. I don't see a really good line here. So he's going to get the Frostbite. I like that he puts it in his pitch. It kind of like tells you, like, hey, I got to pitch an extra one to get rid of you. So he's going to be able to pitch that Sigil of Suffering. Going to play the Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning coming in for 3 and 1 Arcane, 2 and 1 Arcane, or 2 Arcane. Yeah, so this was great. I mean, Ryan, you know, as much as Alex put on a masterclass of blocking, Ryan has done his best to do what he can with the cards he has left in hand. Alex has taken cards out of his hand so many times with that Ice React, blocked so much damage, making Ryan give up cards to try to get damage through. It's not getting through, and Alex just blocking, preventing. Yep, and then Alex does block from hand, which turns on the Mark of Lightning. Ryan is gonna use the Mark of Lightning so that it will do 2 extra damage to his hand, or 2 extra damage to him because he blocked from hand, or it was extra because of the Ball Lightning. And then we see an Oldhim react, and Alex is just gonna block, and it does block the Arcane because the Oldhim sticks around, and that's also a really big thing that we learned from the Tales of Aria limited format. In order to really stop a lot of that Arcane, you have to preemptively use Oldhim's ability, because that will stop the Arcane coming from the sword on the next swing. And now Ryan's facing lethal. Every turn that Alex gets to attack, it's going to be a lethal threaten. Ryan, you know, you probably have to give up 1 card. Pick your best, or your least good card, whatever that is. One that preferably blocks for at least 3. But if you don't have that, you might have to block with an extra card. You know, he still has the Sigil of Suffering, but Alex has 6 life, which might just feel a little unobtainable. Alex's deck is also not very thin right now. So many Earth and Ice reacts that he was able to just put cards back and not lose them. That is a really good play on his side of the table, for sure. And Ryan just attacking with an Evergreen. Ryan, unfortunately, like, if I was Ryan, I don't know what I'd do there. Maybe you just pass an Arsenal at Evergreen, but then you're threatening a big attack from Alex, but you're running out of threats here, and you need Alex to actually give you cards every time. And yeah, we're seeing him block with 2 cards here, but I think the writing's a bit on the wall here. Ryan's gonna have to give up more cards than he wants to. But luckily for him, it is just a hammer for 3. The Sigil of Suffering has not come back around. This is a hand that, if Ryan had a way to live without blocking, this hand was very good. Unfortunately, I don't think that... I mean, that's obviously not the case. The hammer's coming in for 4. Ryan's going to have to give up an attack here. Looks like he's eyeing up the Singeing Steel Blade to block with. Does block with that. I think he's going to take 1, go to 2. I think we're going to see a Entwine Earth fuse here. Yep, we're going to pitch, play Entwine Earth, and fuse with an Amulet of Earth. Yep, so it's coming in for 7 damage. Alex gonna have to eye up this 7 damage to see how he wants to block it. This is kind of like the end of the line in terms of threats for Ryan. I mean, there's just not a lot left in deck. I know one of those cards is Sigil of Suffering. Commendable to both players. You know, Ryan did a lot to get here. This is finals. We had 12 players show up today. It's a pretty good field, especially for our Saturday locals here at Haven Games. Want to thank them again as we reach the end of this game. Thank the Haven. If you guys don't see, Haven has been spammed in chat. They're a great place to buy singles. Use that promo code AdventureCo exclamation point. That'll get you a percentage off your singles every time you shop at Haven. Let them know that we sent you. Helps me out a lot. Check them out when Uprising comes out. They're going to have a lot of singles, a lot of boxes to check out and buy. Alex was able to once again block the entire attack. Looks like this is going to be the last real attack from Ryan. Last real big turn. Ooh, a Rites of Replenishment. This is a pretty big one. He did fuse it, so he gets another card back. Entwine Earth, I like it, I like it. That is a big one to get back. That is a smart one. You know you're going to be able to fuse the Earth next turn. You know you have the Sigil of Suffering to maybe, if he just hammer swings here. Unfortunately, if it's anything more than a hammer swing, I think the game might be a little out of hand. Again, I think you can look back to when Ryan played those two back-to-back Entwined Earth fuses for like 8 and 10 damage, and Alex was able to find the turn timbers at just the right moment. Ryan put so many cards into those attacks, so much on those attacks, riding on those attacks to be able to get through, and they just hit a brick wall. Ryan's been up hitting a brick wall. I think he's done 14 damage. I want to say like 12 of it's been arcane. Ryan just going to Arsenal and pass here. Going to draw back up. He is now out of deck. Ryan is in fatigue mode. The cards he has in hand and the card he has in Arsenal are what's left. He's done everything he can. He's playing Rites of Replenishment. He's playing Evergreens from Arsenal. He's playing Sotomorrows. He's putting cards back as much as he could, and he was still fatigued. Alex, just with those turn timbers, were just so huge, and saving it not for the 5 attack. There's no reason to use it there. But using it on the big Entwine Earths. See Alex start with his own Sotomorrow. I think he's going for the kill here. He's gonna put the Entangle back on the bottom. Draw a card because it was from Arsenal. We're going to play an Icy Encounter here. It's going to be a plus. It's going to go up to 8 damage. Ryan is going to have to give up basically 2 cards. And the Sigil of Suffering, I think. This has been an excellent game. I've loved watching this game. You know, as much, I will be candid, I am not the biggest fan of the Tales of Aria limited format, but this, if every game was like this, I would have loved it. This has been awesome to watch. Back and forth, a lot of really strategic gameplay. Ryan with the Sigil of Suffering. Getting Alex to 5. And Alex just having a amazing time blocking with those Entwined Earths. Oh, and Ryan is unfortunately decked out. It's going to be game right here. Going to take the 3 damage. Alex is going to be your winner. Alex is 1 here at the Haven. What a great match. That was so fun to watch. Good job, Alex. Good job, Ryan. Our first and second place players. And they're both on Team Adventure Co. Let's go. That's been awesome. We had almost double-digit viewers here today. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow. Make sure you like. Make sure you subscribe. Do all the great stuff. Love hanging out with you guys. Make sure you talk and chat whenever you want to. Awesome to have you around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to the Haven. Make sure you check them out. Stream has been spammed with their website. And, of course, that promo code. Make sure you let them know that we sent you. And that is it from us today. We are on for about almost 5 hours, and that has been a great stream. Be ready to see that every Saturday. Awesome games, awesome commentary. We're gonna have guests in the booth. We're